Welcome guys to my new video. In this video we want to learn all about C++ programming language. So first of all, like my video, subscribe to my channel, and let's start our course. First, what is a flowchart? Flowchart is a general representation, a graphical representation of an algorithm. Each program have his specific flowchart. The flowchart represents a program. It makes use of symbols which are connected among them to indicate the flow of information and processing. It shows the logic of algorithm, and it highlights individual steps and their interconnection. And we used the flowchart to specify the method of solving problem. We need to use the flowchart to solve problem. We need to show this in this video. I need to solve two problems using the flowchart. And finally, the flowchart is a plan or a sequence of a computer program. Now let's show the basic flowchart symbols, the terminals. The terminals contain the start and the end of the flowchart. Two input and output operations. Input, every program have an input and output operations. Input, it's mean every message or every variable. I tell, for example, a user to enter a number, it's an input. Output, it's every message or every variable printed on the screen. The input, it's entered by the keyboard, and the output, every message is shows on the screen. Instructions, for example, I need to add two numbers. It contains the operation, the mathematical formula, etc. The flow lines and the connector. We need to show this in the next slide. Now let's start with the terminals. Terminals represented by the rounded rectangles like this. Start and it indicates starting at the ending point. I start the flowchart with the end, the start, and I terminate my flowchart, my problems with end. Second, input and output operations. It's represented by a parallelogram. It indicates an input or output operation like this. It's a message, display message hello world, and or for example read age. It's an output because I need to print this on the screen. Every message I need to print it on the screen, I need to use the input-output operation. It's represented by a parallelogram. Next, the instructions. It's represented by a rectangle. It indicates an operation such as mathematical computation or a variable assignment. For example, here I have first multiply two numbers, then store the result in a variable. Another example, z equal x times y. I can use this, and I can every mathematical computation, I need to put it in a rectangle. Flowline indicates the exact sequence in which instructions are executed. Arrows represent the direction of flow of control and the relationship among different symbols of flowchart. Now guys, let's do an example. First, write a flowchart that read three numbers, then calculate their sum. Okay, here I need to use the terminals. I need to terminals start and end. I need to use a parallelogram to input the number and to print the number and to print the sum on the screen. And I need to use the rectangle to the mathematical operation to calculate the sum. Now let's see the result. First of all, the terminals start flash read X, Y, and Z, the three numbers. It's an input. I tell the user to put three numbers, X, Y, and Z. I use the parallelogram. Next step is to calculate the sum. I need to use the rectangle because it's a mathematical operation. The sum S equal A plus Y plus Z. Next step, display the sum on the screen. I need to use also the parallelogram because it's an output. And finally, stop or end. It's the my program is terminate. This is the flow chart to calculate the sum of three numbers X, Y, and Z. Now the second example. Write a flow chart to compare between A and B, two numbers, A and B. What's mean to compare between two numbers? We need to show what is the bigger and what is the smaller between A and B. First, I need to start with the terminals. I need to use the terminals, start and end. I need to use the parallelogram because here I have to input the two numbers. And I need to display a message on the screen. This message is, for example, A greater than B or B greater than A. And I need to use the lozenge. The lozenge is used when I have a condition. Here I have a condition. The condition is if, for example, A greater than B or B greater than A. And now let's start explain the solution. I start with the terminals, start my program. Next step is input or enter a number, a value of A, and enter a value of B. Next step, use the lozenge to show this is our condition. The condition is if A greater than B, print A is greater. If B less than A, print B is greater. Here the lozenge show me if the condition is true or false. I need to show if the condition is true or false, like here. A greater than B. If yes, A greater than B, I need to print A greater than. If B greater than A, I need to print B greater than A. And finally, stop. We need to show in next videos. I need to start with programming using the C++ language, and we need to show every program and every loop have her specific flowchart. First of all, what is C++? C++ is an extension of the C language. It means C++ is the C language plus the object-oriented style. C++ is a high-level language, and it's very popular used around the world. And with the C++, using the C++, your program we can run on different computer types that different the different of the other language like the Java and the C language. Now let's see what is input and what is output. Input stream use cin object to read data. This data is entered by the user, but the output stream use cout object to display data on the screen. Like this, input use cin, program, output. The input is when I tell the user, for example, to enter a variable. This is the input. The output when I display this variable on the screen. We need to show this on an example later. Output stream. Output stream, it uses cout object like this, stt cout. We will see next an example how to use cout or the output in a program, in a C++ program. It is used to send the output to the monitor. It's mean the standard output device. It display the message on the screen, and to use cout I need to use the instruction operator to add the message to display it by the std cout. And finally, cout displays the content of variables, one variable or more variables on a screen, like this example, cout variable 1, variable 2, etc. This line display the two variable on the screen by the cout stream. Now the input stream. Input stream use cin object std cin. It used to read data from standard input stream by using the keyboard. It means I tell the user to add, for example, a variable, a number, an integer, etc. This number of this integer is an output. It added by using the keyboard. The cin or the input stream is followed by the extraction operator. It should identify the variable name. You want the user to enter the value for it. This example, how to use the cin or the input stream. Cin variable, we can put also more variable, for example, cin variable 1, variable 2, etc., like the cout operator. Now let's see an example. In this example, I need to tell the user to enter an integer. This example explains for us how to use the cin and cout operator in a C++ program. First, int main cout. When I use cout, I use the insertion operator, cout, enter an integer, and cin extraction operator x. X is the integer, it's entered by the user, and the cout, or the output stream, is used to display this integer on the screen. And now let's together see the first program in the C++ programming language. This is the first program in the C++ using the C++. Hashtag include iostream, using namespace std, int main, cout, hello world, and return 0. Now let's explain this program. First of all, every C++ programming language will start with this three line. Hashtag include iostream, using namespace std, and int main. And I open the braces to write our code. In this code, I need to print hello world on the screen. I used cout because it's the output stream, and the output stream is used to print the message or display the message on the screen. Cout, hello world, and the return 0. The first line, include iostream, is a header file library. Let us work with input and output object, like the cout here. I use cout. iostream is the main input output stream. The line 2, using namespace std, it's mean we can use name for objects or variable, for example, from the standard library. We will see the standard library in the next videos. The line 3, it's a black line. In the line 4, int main, it's a code, a function, it's a function, and any code inside this function or inside the braces will be executed. For example, here, the program display hello world. And finally, cout. Cout is the output operator that prints hello world on the screen. And return 0, it means the ends of the main function. The main function start here and finish when I put the return 0. The first line in the first program in C++ include IOStream is a header file library that lets us work with input and output objects. Like the example is used cout, the output stream. In line 2, using namespace std means that we can use name for object and variables from the standard library. Line 3 is a black line in C++ in your white space, but we used to make the code more readable. In line 4, int main is called a function. Any code inside the curly braces will be executed. In the line 5, cout is an object used together with the insertion operator to output or print the text on the screen. In the line 6, the return 0, it means the ends of the main function. And the line 7, do not forget to add the closing curly bracket to actually end the main function. First, what is a variables in C++? Variables are containers for storing data value. In C++, there are different types of variables. For example, int. It's define the integers, like the whole number without the decimals that contain a comma, like 1, 2, 3, or -1, -2, -3. Double stores floating point number with the decimals, such as, for example, here 19.99 or -19.99. Char stores the single characters. It can be capital character or small character like A and B here. The char values are surrounded by the single quotes. To define a char or a character, I need to use the single quotes. Next, the string. It stores text such as hello world. String values are surrounded by double quotes, like here. Bool stores values with two states. It can be true or false. True is represented by number 1 and false is represented by 0. Now, how to declare or create a variable. To create a variable, I need to specify the type and assign a value, like the syntax here. First of all, I need to specify the type. The type can be an integer or char or, for example, string, for example. Second, I need to give the type or the value a name. Name value, for example, age, tall, etc. And next, I need to give this variable a value. It can be a whole number or a decimal number, where type is one of C++ types such as integer, and variable name is the name of the variable such as x or my name. The equal sign is used to assign the values to the variable. Like here in this example, int integer, it's the type of the value. My num is the variable name, my num, equal 15. 15 is the value of the of the variable mynum. Cout mynum is used to display the value of the variable on the screen. Okay, to display the variable on the screen, I need to use the cout object with the operator, this operator to display the variables on the screen. Like this example, I have a variable my age. The age is equal to 35. I need to display on the screen I am 35 years old. I use cout I am as a string. Second step, I need to display the age on the screen, my age, without the double quotes, because it's a variable and I need to display this variable on the screen. It's not obligate. It's I don't write the double quotes in code, and next years old, and I put a semicolon and I display the age on the screen. In C++, the variables must be identified with a unique name. This unique name are called identifiers. Identifiers can be short name, like for example X or Y, or more descriptive like age or sum or total volume. In this example, I need to put a value for a variable name called minute per hours. First example is I used a more descriptive identifier is minute per hours equal 16. In the second example, I give him a short name m. Its mean minute is equal to 16. It's the same, but it's your choice to choose a variable name. The general rules for naming variables in C++. First, the names can contain letters or digits and underscores. Names must begin with a letter or an underscore. Names are case sensitive, like myvar or myvar. Are different variables because the v in the first myvar is a capital, but in the first myvar is small v. Names cannot contain white space or special character like hashtag and percentage. The reserved word like C++ keyword such as int cannot be used as a name. We will see these rules in next video when I need to solve a question. Now, all the data type have a size and type of information the variables will store. For example, the Boolean is a data type have 1 byte of size and it stores true or false value. I tell you true is represented by the 1 and false represented by 0. Char have a size 1 byte. It stores a single character or letter, number, or SCII values. Int or integer have a size 2 or 4 bytes. It stores whole number without the decimals. Float data type have a size for 4 bytes. It stores a fractional number, the number that contain a comma, or the decimal number. It specified for storing 6 or 7 decimal digits. Double contain 8 bytes of size. It stores fractional number containing 1 or more decimals. The Boolean types. A Boolean type, a data type, is declared with the bool keyword and can only take the value true or false. When the value is returned, true is equal to 1 and false equal to 0. Example here, bool is coding fun equal true, bool is fish tasty equal false. First cout is coding fun, it will be output the letter 1 because it's true, and the second cout is fish tasty will output 0 because it's false. The character types. The character types or the char data type is used to store a single character. The character must be surrounded by a single quotes like A or C. It can be a capital letter or a small letter, but it's important to put it under the single quotes. Example here. In this example, I need to display the grade, the char of the grade B. It's B. First of all, I need to put the type of the variable. It's a char. Second, the name of the value, the character is my grade equal the value is B, and I will display this value on the screen using the cout my grade. Now let's talk about the C++ operators. Operators are used to perform operations and variables and values. The C++ divides the operators into the following groups: arithmetic operators, assigned operators or comparison operators, and logical operators. First, the arithmetic operators. Arithmetic operators are used to perform common mathematical operations, like here. First operator is plus or addition. It adds together two values, like here x plus y, 3 plus 4, for example. Second operation is minus or subtractions. It subtracts one value from other. For example, x minus y. Multiplication, it multiplies two values, x times y. Division, it divides one value by other, x is divided by y. Modulus is return the division remainder, x modulo y. Plus plus is the increment, it increases the value of variable by 1. It can be written by plus plus x or x plus plus. It's mean x equal x plus 1. Minus minus is the decrement, it decreases the value of variable by y by 1. We can write it minus minus x or x minus minus. It's mean x equal x minus 1. We will see these operations in next videos when I solve a problems about the mathematical operations. Next, the assignment operators. It's used to assign a values to variables. For example, equal, it's mean x equal to 5. It's give the value 5 to the variable x. Plus equal, for example, x plus equal to 3, it's mean x equal x plus 3. Minus equal, it's the same, it's mean x equal x minus 3. And multiplication also, it's the same, x multiplied by equal to 3, it's mean x equal x times 3. The division equal, it's mean x equal x divided by 3. The modulo also it's mean x equal x modulo by 3. And equal, it's mean x and equal 3, it's the same as x equal x and 3. Or equal, it's for example x or equal to 3, it's the same as x equal x or 3, and etc. This is the assigned operators we will see also in the problems. Now the comparison operator. The comparison operators are used to compare two values or variables. This is important in programming because it helps us to find answer and make decision. When I need to use the if statement or for loop, I need to use a condition. This condition contain these operators, like equal equal. When I need to tell, for example, x is equal to y, I write 2 equal, it's mean equal to x equal to y. Not equal, this is mean not equal, x is not equal to y, greater than x, for example, x is greater than y, less than, x is less than a y, greater than or equal to or less than or equal to, and this is an example. These operators are very important in programming. We will see next in the next video when I need to talk about the loop and the decision in C++ programming language. Finally, the logical operators. The logical operators are used to determine the logic between variables or values. For example, to AND, it's mean a return value. It's an logical AND, it's mean AND. It returns true if the both statements are true. For example, x less than 5 and x less than 10. The two AND in programming it's mean AND. This condition is true. X is less than 5 and it's less than 10. The logical OR is returned true if one of the statement is true. For example, x is less than 5 or x is less than 4. One of this statement of this condition is true. The logical NOT, it reverses the result, return false if the result is true. For example, not x is less than 5 and x less than 10. This logical operator also I need to use in when I need to make decision in the if statement. We will see this in the next video later. The first exercise, write a C program, a C++ program to add two integers entered by the user. Okay, first of all, when I need to start in this exercise, I need to define two integers, x and y for example, and I need to tell the user to enter these two integers. Second, when I need to add this integer, I need to define the sum formula, sum equal x plus y, the first integer plus the second integer, and finally I need to use the cout to print the sum on the screen. Now let's go and write the code. Okay. First, all the C++ programs start with hashtag include IOStream. IOStream it's mean output, input, output stream. Input here is used by the cin, output by the cout. IOStream using namespace std and int main. First of all, I need to define the toNumber. It's an integer. I need to use int x, for example, and y. Second, I need to define, here I need the sum. I need to add the toNumber. I need to define the sum, int s. Now I need to tell the user to enter the number, and I need to use cout, enter the toNumber, cn number 1 it's x, and cn y. And now let's write the sum formula, s equal x plus y, and finally cout the sum is, and s. This is our code to print the sum of two integers. First of all, I need to define the two integers x and y, and I need to define the s. Next step, I need to tell the user to put the value of these two integers, and finally I calculate the sum, and I tell the computer to print the sum on the screen using the cout or the output operation. Okay guys, let's now run our code to show the result. Enter the two numbers, for example 4 and 8. The sum is 12. Now the exercise number 2. Write a C program to calculate the area of a circle. The area of a circle, first of all, I need to define the radius. A circle had a radius r, and define the radius. Second, I need to tell the user to give a value of this radius, for example 2 centimeter, 3, 4. The user can enter the value, and later I need to calculate the area of the circle using the formula radius time radius time p. It's 3.14. And finally I need to tell the computer to display the value of the area on the screen using the cout. Now let's go write the code. Hashtag include IOStream using namespace std int main, and let's define the radius int radius r, cout, enter the radius, cn r, because the radius is defined by the r, alphabet r. Now let's calculate the radius r, or the area, cout the radius is, I can put the formula here, not like the first exercise. It's r times 3.14. This is our code. First I define the radius, I enter the value of the radius, and I calculate the area. And now let's run our code to show the result. enter the radius, for example 3. The area is 28.26. Here the area, not the radius. Area. Now the exercise number 3, it's the same of exercise number 2, but here I need to calculate the area of triangle. To calculate the area of triangle, I need to define the base and the height, because the area of triangle is base times height divided by 2. First, let's define the base and height. Cout, enter the value of base, cn base. Cout, enter the value of height, cn height. Now cout the area is, now I need to put the formula here, base times height divided by 2. And let's run our code. Base, for example, 2, height 3, the area is 3. Now the exercise number 4, it's very easy. I need to solve this question. Y equal n minus 4z plus 3c. To solve this equation, I need to put the value of n, z, and c, and I need to tell the user to give me the values like this. First of all, I need to define the variable n, z, and c. Cout the value of c, of n, cn n. Cout the value of z, cn z. Cout the value of c, cn c. Now I need to solve this question, and cout the solution is n minus 4 times z plus 3 times c. Now let's run the code to solve this question, and value of n 2, z 1, c 9. The solution is 25. Now exercise number 5. Write a C++ program to calculate the average of 3 grades. First of all, I need to define the grades, grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3. When I define the 3 grades, I need to calculate the average. The average is average equal the sum of the three grades, the sum of the three grades times 3 divided by 3. And finally, I need to use cout to print the average on the screen. But here, I need to use the first for exercise. I used int integer to define the number, because it's an integer. An integer that not contain a point. It's not a decimal number. But here, the average can be a decimal number. For example, when I calculate the average, the average be, for example, 32.7, for example. When I need to define the average, I need to use double. Double is used when I need to calculate the average, because the number can be contain can be a decimal number. Now let's go write the code and let's define the three grades. int grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, double average. Here I don't need to tell the user to put the variable, the value of the variable. I need to give a variable by me. For example, grade 1 is equal to 77. Grade 2 is equal to 18. Grade 3 is equal to 66. Now let's calculate the average. I can put the formula of the average here, or I can put the formula of the average with the cout. Average equal grade 1 plus grade 2 plus grade 3 divided by 3. And cout the average is average. Let's run the code to show the result. And the average is 74. Okay. First, I define the grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. Second, I define the average using the double. And I entered the value of the grades, and I calculate the average and display it on the screen. The conditional statements, also known as decision control structures, such as if-else switch, are used for decision-making purposes in C++ programs. They are also known as decision-making statements and are used to evaluate one or more conditions and make the decision whether to execute a set of statements or not. This decision-making statement is in programming language decide the direction of flow of program executing. For example, if I need to use if with a condition, for example, A greater than B, I need to show if this condition is true or false. If it is true, the program is executed, and if this condition is false, the program is not executed. This is all the statement I need to use in the C++ to make a decision. If else, if, and nested if, and switch. Now, the decision making in C++. You already know that C++ support the usual logical conditions from mathematics, like less than, A less than B, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, or not equal to. And also you can use this condition to perform different actions for different decisions. C++ has the following conditional statements. Use if to specify a block of code to be executed if a specified condition is true. Use else to specify a block of code to be executed if the same condition is false. And use if else to specify a new condition to test if the first condition is false. And use the switch to specify many alternative blocks of code to be executed. Okay. This is the condition I need to use in writing program to show if the condition is true or false. And now let's start with the if statement. The C++ if statement is the most simple decision-making statement. It is used to decide whether a certain statement or block of statements will be executed or not executed based on a certain type of condition. This is the flowchart of the if statement. We will start with the test expression or the condition. For example, A greater than B. If is true, it is true. Body of if, for example, I need to A greater than B, for example, is true, and the statement is just below if. And if it is false, the computer or the compiler don't execute the body of if. It go to statement just below if. This is the syntax of the if statement. I write if condition and I open the braces to write the code or the statement to execute it. To be executed if it is true. Now let's show how the if statement works in C++. First step or step 1, the control flow falls into the if block. If condition. Second step, the flow jump to condition. If the condition is true, I need to go to step 4 to execute this text, the statement to be executed. And if the condition is false, I go to step number 5. The step number 5 is the statement outside the if. The step 4, the if block or the body inside the if is executed because it's true. And finally, the flow steps out of the if block if the condition is false. This is how the if statement works. We need to show this in the exercise in the next videos. Now the if else in the C++ language. We can use the else statement with if statement to execute a block of code when the condition is false. This is the flowchart of the if else statement. First, I need to show or to enter the condition or the text expression. If the condition is true, the body of if is executed. And if the condition is false, I use the else statement, and finally the statement just below if. This is the syntax how to write the if else statement in a in a program in C++. First, I start with if the condition. If the condition is true, the text is executed. Else, if the condition is false, I use else and executes this block if condition is false. Let's show now how the if-else statement is working in C++. Step 1, control falls into the if block. If block, okay. Step 2, the flow jumps to condition. We need to show the condition if it's true or it's false. If it's true, go to step 4, the if block or the body inside the if executed is executed. This the step 4. If the condition is false, the else block of the body inside the else is executed. And 6, the flow exits the if-else block. This is the if-else and how the if-else is working. Now the if-else-if statement. In C++, the if-else-if later helps the user decide from among multiple options. The C++ if statements are executed from the top down as soon as one of the conditions controlling the if is true, the statement associated with that is executed. And the rest of the C++ if else if later is bypassed. If none of the conditions is true, then the final statement will be executed. Now let's show the if-else if later flowchart. Start. Here I have multiple condition. Condition 1. If the condition 1 is true, the statement is executed. If it is false, I need to go to the condition 2. If the condition 2 is true, the statement 2 is executed. If the condition 2 is not true, I go to condition number 3. If the condition 3 is true, the statement 3 is executed, and if is not true, I need to use else body, and the if else if later is finished, and the program exit. Now let's show the syntax how to write the if else if in C++ program. Starting with if condition statement 1. If the statement 1 is true, the condition 1 is true, the statement is executed. If it's not true, I need to use else if with a new condition and new statement. If the statement is true, it is executed. If it's not true, I go to a new else if, and I finish it with else statement. We will show the if else if later in other videos when I need to solve a problems. Now let's show how the if else if later work in C++. Step 1. Control falls into the if block. The flow jumps to condition. If the condition is true, the present block is executed and the program is exit. If the condition is false, I need to jump to a new condition, the condition number 2. If this condition is true, the block is executed and the program is exit. And if it's false, I need to go to a new condition, the condition number 3. If this condition is true, I need the statement is executed and the block is exit. The program is exit. And if it's false, I need to use the if block, the else block with a new statement, and the program is exit. That's all about the if-else-if statement. Now the switch statement in C++. The switch statement in C++ is a flow control statement that is used to execute the different blocks of statements based on the value of the given expression. We can create different cases for different values of the switch expression. We can specify any number of cases in the switch statement, but the case value can only be of type integer or character. This is the syntax of the switch statement. First, I start with switch, expression or condition, and I need to write the cases. For case number 1, we have a statement for this case, and break. It's finished with a break. Each case is finished by break. Case 2, statement to break, and we can put many cases on the switch statement. And finally, I finished with default, with a default statement and break. The rules of the switch case statement in C++. The case value must be either int or char, integer or character type. There can be any number of cases. No duplicate case value are allowed. Each statement of the case have a break statement. It is optional. The default statement is also optional. This is the rules to use the if statement in C++ programming language. Working of switch statement in C++. Step 1, the switch expression is evaluated. Step 2, the evaluated value is then matched against the present case values. Step 3a, if the matching case value is found, that case log is executed. 3b, step 3b, if the matching code is not found, then the default case log is executed if present. Step 4a, if the break keyword is present in the block, then program control comes out of the switch statement. Step 4b, if the break keyword is not present, then all the cases after the matching case are executed. Step 5, statements after the switch statement is executed. This is the flowchart of the switch case statement. I start with a switch and a condition. Case 1, if it's true, statement break is executed. If it's false, I go to the case 2. Also, if it's true, the statement is executed. If it's false, I go to the case 3. If it's true, the statement break is executed. If it's false, I go to case n. If it's true, the statement break is executed, and if it's false, I go to default. Default, if it is true, the statement also is executed, and the program is exit. This is all about the switch case statement. We need to show this on an example and problems in the next videos. Exercise 1. Write a C++ program to calculate the average of 3 grades and display the message you passed if the average is greater than or equal to 16. First of all, I need to define the 3 grades. It's an integer. And second, I need to declare the average. The average here is double because the number can be contain a comma or can be a decimal number. Second, I need to calculate the average. The average is grade 1 plus grade 2 plus grade 3 divided by 3 because I need to calculate the average of 3 grades. And second, I need to use the if statement to show if the grade or x greater than or equal to 60, I need to display a message you passed. And if the grade is not greater than or equal to 60, I need to display a message you didn't pass. Now let's go to write the code to show how to write a program like this. First, all the C++ programs start with include IOStream, music namespace std int main, and now let's declare the grades int 3 grades x, y, and z, and double average. Now I need to tell the user to put the 3 grades cout, enter 3 grades, cin x, y, and z. Now let's calculate the average. Average equal x plus y plus z divided by 3. Cout average, here the average is, here I need to display the average on the screen. And now let's use the if statement to show if the grade is greater than or equal to 60 and display the message you passed. If average greater than or equal to 60, cout you passed. Now else cout you didn't pass. And now let's run this code to show the result. Enter 3 grades, 14, 15, 19. The average is 55, you didn't pass. This is the code to write a program that calculates 3 grades and display their average. Exercise number 2. Write a program to take a number from user and displays its value in letter. Here in this exercise, first I need to define a number, x for example. I need to tell the user to give me a value of x. For example, he gives me 10. And I need to write a code to transform 10 on a from number to letter. It means I need to write 10. Let's show the code. Okay, I need to define number, int for example x, cout, enter a value of x, cn x. Now I need to use here if and else if statement. Look how. If, for example, x is equal to 10, cout then. Else if, new condition, if the number x equal to 11, cout or cout 11. As if x is equal to 12, cout 12. Also else if x is equal to 30, cout 13. Else if x is equal to 14, cout 14. And finally, else if x is equal to 15, cout 15. Now, if the number is not equal to 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I need to display a message invalid number. Else cout invalid number. Let's run the code to show the result. For example, 11. For example, I need to give him 8 invalid number. Now I need to solve the same example, but I need to use here the switch case. Switch case, not the if else if statement. The same, I start with include iostream music namespace stdint main, and I need to declare a number x, and I need to tell the user to give me a value of this number, and I need to display it on the screen. Now let's use the switch case. Switch x case 1 or case 10, cout 10, and break. The switch case, it's start with case and the name of the case, and it's end by break. Case 11, cout 11, break, case 12, cout 12, break, case 13, cout 13, break, case 14, cout 14, break, case 15, cout break. And finally, if the number x is not 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, it's invalid number. Default cout invalid number. Now let's run the code to show the result, and for example 10, and it's 10. This is the exercise to write a program to take a number from user and displays its values in letters using the C++ programming language. I solved this program using two methods. The first method using the if, else if, later, and the second method using the switch case. Now, exercise number 3, write a program to ask the user to enter a character and display the course name. For example, the user gives me the letter P. P is for physics or programming, A for algebra, C for calculus, and D for drawing, for example. Now let's write a code. I need to use here the switch case to solve this problem. First of all, I need to define y. For example, y here is the character that be entered by the user to show what is the course name. Y, cout. Now I need to tell the user to enter a character. Enter a character. cn y. Now, using the switch case, switch y, the first case is for P, for example, P. Here I need to put P like this because it's a character. cout, programming, case M is for math, case S, for example, is for sport. And case D for drawing. And it's very important to write break at the end of the case. Break, break, and break. This is our C++ program to ask the user to enter a character and display the course name. Here I used the switch case statement. Now the exercise 4, I need to check if the alphabet that being entered by the user is a vowel letter or not, vowel or consonant. If the character is A, O, I, E, U, the alphabet is a vowel. Now let's start write the code. I need to define the character X. It's character chart X. Cout, enter a character, cn X. Now switch X. I need to use the switch case statement. Case 1 is for A. Case 2 is for O. Case I, case E, case U, cout, vowel, break, and default cout consonant. Here I can write, for example, here case A, cout vowel, break, case O, vowel, break, etc. But it's more, it's take time. We can write like this. And now let's run the code to show the result. For example, enter a character E. E is a vowel. D, for example, D is a consonant. This is our C++ program to check if the alphabet is vowel or consonant using the switch case statement. Now exercise 5, write a C++ program to create a calculator using the switch case. I need to create a calculator. I need to find two character and one operator. I need to define two character, for example, A and B, and one operator S. S can be it can be the addition, multiplication, division, etc. And I need to use the switch case to create this calculator. Look how I write the code. int first, int number, for example, A and B, and ints, it's the operator, cout, enter the numbers, cn A B. Here I need also to define an operator, float, operator. Why I use float? Because the number can be a decimal number, like the division and the modulo. Now I need to tell the user to put an operator. Enter an operator. Enter an operator. cn op. Now switch operator case plus cout a plus b equal to s equal to a plus b. Case subtract cout a minus b and s equal a minus b. Multiplication case cout a time b, s equal a time b. And the division case division cout a divided by b equal s equal a divided by b. And default it's an invalid. Cout invalid operator. And this is our C++ program to create a calculator using the switch case statement. What is a loop in C++? Loops can execute a block of code as long as a specified condition is reached. Loops are handy because they save time, reduce error, and they make code more readable. For example, if I need to print an expression 10 times, that take a time. When I need to use loop, I write the expression one time and the loop repeat the expression 10 times. That can be the code more readable and save the time. In loop, the statement needs to be written only once, and the loop will be executed n times. In computer programming, a loop is a sequence of instructions that is repeated until a certain condition is reached. We need to use to show this in for and while. Now the types of loop. We have two types of loop. The entry controlled loops. In this type of loop, the test condition is tested before entered the loop body. For example, we have the for loop and the while loop is an entry controlled loops. But the exit controlled loops, in this type of loop, the test condition is tested or evaluated at the end of the loop body, like the do while loop. We need to show this now in this video and later in the exercise. Now let's start with the for loop in C++. For loop is an entry controlled loop that is used to execute a block of code repeatedly for the specified range of values. Basically, for loop allows you to repeat a set of instructions for a specific number of iterations. For example, this is the syntax of the for loop. We start with for, initialization, test condition, and updating. The initialization, for example, I need to use, for example, I, it's an integer I equal, for example, to 0. Test condition, it's a condition, like the if statement. For example, A greater than B or A less than B. This is the test condition. And updation, we talk about the increment and decrement operator. And finally, the body of the loop. This is the syntax of the for loop in C++. The various parts of the for loop are initialization expression in the for loop. We have to initialize the loop variable to some value in this expression. 2. Test condition in for loop. In this expression, we have to test the condition. If the condition evaluates to true, then we will execute the body of the loop and go to the update expression. Otherwise, we will exit from for loop if the condition is false. 3. Update expression in for loop. After executing the loop body, this expression increments or decrements the loop variable by some values. Now let's see the flowchart of the for loop in C++ and how the for loop works. First of all, we need to start. We need to put the initialization expression, and next step, the test condition. The condition. If the condition is false, the program is stopped. And if the condition is true, we need to go to the block of statement and later the update statement, and we go to the test condition. Okay, step 1, control falls into the loop, initialization is done. 2, the flow jump to condition. 3, condition is tested. If the condition true, the flow goes into the body, and if the condition is false, the flow goes outside of the loop. 4, the statement inside the body of the loop gets executed. The flow goes to the update. 6, updation takes place and the flow goes to step 3 again. 7, the for loop has ended and the flow have gone outside. This is all about the for loop in C++ programming language. Now the while loop in C++. While loop in C++ is used in situations where we do not know the exact number of iterations of the loop beforehand. The loop execution is terminated on the basis of the test condition. This is the syntax of the while loop. Syntax, while loop, and test expressions, the statement and the update expression. Like here, look how to work the while loop. First, we need to put while loop. Second, the condition. 3, if the condition is true, the body is executed. If the condition is false, the program is ended. And if the condition is true, it will be executed. We go to the updation, step number 5. Now let's see the various parts of the while loop in C++. Test expression. If the expression, we have to test the condition. If the condition evaluates to true, then we will execute the body of the loop and go to update expression. Otherwise, we will exit from the while loop. Update expression. After executing the for loop, the while loop body, this expression increments or decrements the loop variable by some values. Body, this is a group of statements that include the variables or function and so on. With the while loop, code and simple names can be printed, complex algorithms can be executed, or functional operations can be performed. How does a while loop execute? First, we need to put the while loop, the test condition. If it's false, the while loop ends. If it's true, we executed the loop body. Then, the step 1, control falls into the while loop. 2, the flow jumps to condition. 3, condition is tested. If the condition is true, the flow goes to the body. If it's false, the flow goes outside the loop. 4, the statements inside the body of the loop get executed. 5, updation takes place. 6, control flows back to step 2. And 7, the while loop has ended and the flow has gone outside. This is all about the while loop. We will see more in more in the next videos when I need to solve a problems. Now, the do while loop in C++. The main difference between a do while loop and while loop is in the do while loop, the condition is tested at the end of the loop body. Its mean do while loop is an exit controlled, whereas the other two loops are entry controlled loops. In the do while loop, the loop body will execute at least once irrespective of the test condition. Let's see this as the syntax. First, I write do, open the braces, I write the body, the update expression, and finally I write while with the condition. Like here. First do, and the body, staging, and while loop. And now we need to see how the do while loop work, but now we need to see the various parts of the do while loop are. First, test expression. The expression, we have to test the condition. If the condition evaluates to true, then we will execute the body of the loop and go to the update expression. Otherwise, we will exit from the while loop. Update expression. After executing the loop body, this expression increments or decrements the loop variable by some value. Body, it is the collection of the statement. It means the variables and functions. The condition is not satisfied until the condition is executed automatically after a successful iteration. The do while loop code can be used to print simple names, execute complex algorithms, or perform functional operation. Now let's see how the do while work. First, we need to write do while loop start, the body, next the condition. If the condition is false, the do while loop is end. And if it's true, we need to go to the body. 1. Control falls into the do while loop. 2. Statement inside the body of the loop gets executed. 3. Updation takes place. 4. The flow jump to condition. If the condition is true, go to step 6. And if the condition is false, we need to go outside the loop. And finally, the do while loop has been ended and the flow has gone outside the loop. Start with the first exercise. Write a C++ program to print the numbers from 1 to 10 using the while loop. First of all, like all the exercise, the problems, in C++, I need to declare a number, I, for example, and I need to use the while loop with a condition to print the numbers between 1 to 10, and I need to use the increment I plus plus in the end of the loop. Let's go to show how to write this code. First, include IOStream, music namespace stdint main. Now let's declare the number I, I need I equal to 1 because I need to start to print the numbers between 1 to 10. If I need to start from 0, for example, I declare I equal to 0. Second, let's start with a while loop. While with a condition I less than or equal to 10. Why I write I less than or equal to 10? Because I need the numbers between 1 and 10. 1 to 10. Now let's print the numbers using the cout operator, cout I and I plus plus. Here I need to separe the numbers. I use a new line. Now let's print. Let's run our program to show the result. And this is the numbers between 1 and 10 using the while loop. Now exercise number 2. Write a C++ program to calculate the sum of numbers between 1 and 10 using the while loop. This exercise is the same of the first exercise, but here I need to calculate the sum. First, I need to declare a number and I need to declare the sum operator. Second, I need to use the while loop to print the numbers between 1 and 10 and calculate the sum. Let's see how to write and how to start. int I equal to 1 and int sum s equal to 0. Now I need to use the while loop to print the numbers between 1 and 10. I less than or equal to 10. Now I need to calculate the sum. The sum is s equal s plus I. It's the first number times the second number, s plus I and I plus plus. The increment, I used here the increment to calculate the sum from 1 to 10. It means 1 plus 2, 1 plus 2 plus 3, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, etc. Now, let's print the sum on the screen using the cout operator. Cout, the sum is s. Let's run our code to show the result, and the sum of the numbers between 1 and 10 is 55. Okay, this is our C++ program to display the sum of the numbers between 1 and 10. Now in number 3, I need to write a program to calculate the sum of even numbers between 0 and 100 using while loop. First, as the exercise 1 and 2, I need to define the number int I equal to 0 because here I need the numbers between 0 and 100. And s, the sum int sum s equal to 0. Now while loop, while I less than or equal to 100. If, here I need to use the if statement because I need the even numbers. Here I have a condition. If I, the numbers, is modulo 2 equal to 0, s equal s plus I. It's mean if the number I is modulo 2 equal to 0, the number is even, and I need to calculate the sum of these numbers. And I plus plus and see out the sum is s. Now let's run the code to show the result, and this is the result, and this is the sum of the numbers between 0 and 100, the even numbers. Exercise number 4. I need to write a program to display all the integers from 0 to 23 using the for loop. First, let's define the number like other example, integer I here equal to 8 because I need to start by 8. But I don't need to put I equal 8 here. I need to put it in the for loop. Show how. For loop. I equal 8. I less than or equal to 23. I plus plus. This is the for loop. First, initialization. I equal to 8. Second, the condition. I need I is less than or equal to 23, and the increment or decrement operator. And see out I. And this is the new line to separate the numbers. Let's show the result. This is all the integer from 8 to 23 using the for loop. Now, in this exercise, it's the same exercise of the number 1 and 2, but here I need to use the for loop. How to use the for loop? To calculate the product. First, let's define the integer I and INTP. It's equal to 1. For here I equal to 1, I equals to 1, I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus. Now let's calculate the product. P equal P time I, and let's display the result on the screen using cout. The product is P, and let's run our code to show the result. This is the product of the numbers between 1 and 10 using the for loop in C++. Number 6, I need to calculate the sum and the product of the numbers between 1 and 10. The same step, INTI, INTP, and INTS equal to 0, the sum. Now for I equal to 1 and I is less than or equal to 10, and I plus plus. S equal, the sum equal S plus I, or I can write it also S plus equal I. This line is the same as S equal S plus I. Also for the product, P time equal to I is the same also as P equal P time I. And cout S equal, the sum equal to S, cout P equal to P. Let's show the result. And this is the sum and the product of the numbers between 1 and 10 using the C++. First, what is an array? In C++, an array is a data structure that is used to store multiple values of similar data types in a contiguous memory location. Like here in this example, we have an array in C++. This is an array. This array contains 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 tables. All values have an index here. The index starts with 0 and it ends with 5. And this is the array element. Each element have an value. Okay, an array is a variable that can store multiple values, like here, of the same type. Here we have an integer. It's an integer. We can be the element can be character, for example, or etc. Now let's see the properties of an array in C++. An array is a collection of data of the same data type stored at a contiguous memory location. Indexing of an array starts with 0. The elements of an array can be accessed using their index. Once an array is declared, its size remains constant throughout the program. An array can have multiple dimensions. The number of elements in an array can be determined using the size of operator. We can find the size of the type of elements stored in an array by subtracting adjacent addresses. We need to show all these properties next video when I need to solve problems about the array in C++. Now the declaration of the array in C++. In C++, we can declare an array by simply specifying the data type first and the name of a variable of an array with its size. For example, here is the syntax of the declaration of the array. We have the array type, array name, and size of the array. Here in this example, we have to declare an array contain 5 elements. The first element have an index 0 and to 4. The array have a size of this array is 5, and this memory is allocated. Okay. The int here is the type of data to be stored in the array. We can also use other data types such as character, float, or double. ARR, it is the name of the array, can be named, for example, X, Y, T, etc. 5 is the size of the array, which means only 5 elements can be stored in this array. Okay, this is how to declare an array with an example. Now the initialization of array in C++. In C++, we can initialize an array in many ways, but we will discuss some most common ways to initialize an array. We can initialize an array at the time of declaration or after declaration. First, initialize the array with values in C++. We have initialized the array with value. The values enclosed in curly braces are assigned to the array. Here, 1 is stored in array 0, 2 in array 1, and so on. Here, the size of the array is 5. For example, here we have an array contain 5 elements. Array 0, its mean I need the value that the index is 0. Here the first value is 1. The value of the array that have an index 1, it's 2. The value of the array that have the index 3 is 0, 1, 2, 3, it's 4. Second, initialize the array with values and without size in C++. We have initialized the array with values, but we have not declared the length of the array. Therefore, the length of the array is equal to number of elements inside the curly braces. Like here, for example, it's not important to put the size of the array. We can put the element in the braces and the compiler can know the size of this array automatically. Now 3, how to initialize an array after declaration using a loop. Here I need to use the for loop. When I need to solve problems, I need to use the for loop because it's more easy. We have initialized an array using a loop after declaring the array. This method is generally used when we want to take input from the user, or we can't to assign elements one by one to each index of the array. We can modify the loop conditions or change the initialization values according to requirements. For example, here I need to use for int I equal to 0, I less than or for n, and I plus plus array of r equal values. Here I use the for loop when I have, for example, a huge number of elements. I can't initialize an element one by one. I used a for loop to initialize a huge number of elements one time. For example, if we have an array that contains a million of elements, I can't declare the element one by one. I use the for loop. For how to initialize an array partially in C++. Here we have to declare an array with, for example, size 5 and with value 1 and 2 only. So this value are stored and the first two indices and at the rest of the index is 0. It's stored 0 because we don't have a value. 5. We can initialize the array with all elements as 0 by specifying 0 inside the curly braces. This will happen in case of 0 only if we try to initialize the array with a different value, say 2, using this method. Then 2 is stored at the 0 index only. Like here, this example, int 0, array 5 equal to 0 under the braces. Size of an array in C++. In C++, we do not have the length function as in Java, for example, to find the array size, but we can calculate the size of an array using size of operator trick. First, we find the size occupied by the whole array in the memory and then divided by the size of the type element stored in the array. This will give us the number of elements stored in the array. For this is the syntax: data type size equal size of array name, or size of array name with index. First exercise: write a C++ program that tells the user to give 10 integers stocks on the table. The program should be accessed by the index of the most important elements. First of all, like all the C++ program, include IOStream, music namespace std, and int main, and let's start our code. First of all, I need to define the n. N is the number of integers. The number of integers here in this question is 10, and it's a constant also. I need to use the const specify variable. Second, I need to define the array. Here I need to use the array. I need to define the array. This array contains n elements, and element n here is 10. Second, I need to define the most important element, and I need to define I and j because I need to use here the for loop, and I need to use the if. Why I need to use the for and the if? I need to use for to calculate to find the most important element, and I need to use also the if statement, the condition, to know this important element. How to write this code and how to start, let's show now. Okay, first of all, I need to define the constant. It's n, integer n, it's equal to 10. int tab, it's table, it's for the array, it contains an element. pge, it's the most important element, it's equal to 0, and I equal to 0, and I need to define g. Now let's start with the for loop. For I equal to 0, so I can put here 0, it's more readable. I is less than or equal to n, and I plus plus. Now here I need to print the numbers. Output give a number I plus 1, cn tab I. Here in this two lines, I have give numbers for this array. It contains 10 elements. I need to give 10 numbers for this array, and here I used II for the increment. Now I need to use the if statement to show what is the most important element. I equal to 0, or tab the array I is greater than or equal to PGE, the most important element, PGE equal to tape I, and the EGE here is the most important element, and G equal to I. G is the most important element in this array. Now, see out the most important element is PGE and his index is G. And finally, return 0. This is our C program to find the most important element in the array that contain the 10 variables. First of all, I need to put a value of the variables, and I need to find the most important element using the if statement with a condition. And I need to show or to find the index of this most important element, and this is the first exercise for today. Exercise 2. Write a C++ program that tells the user to give 10 integers stored in an array as well as an integer v and an integer I between 0 and 9. The program must shift all elements starting from index I and must put the value v in the array at index I. The program should display the final table. Like the exercise 1, first of all, I need to define n, the constant n. It's an integer that contains 10 integers. Second, I need to define the array t, for example. Here I need to give a name t. This array t have 10 elements. Second, I need to define I to use for in the for loop, and I need to define the index of the array, and v, the integer v. Second, I need to use the for loop to give the array a value. It's 10 values. And I need to use the for loop also to give a value of I, and for v and the index I. Also, I need to use the if statement if statement and a for loop. Okay, I need to use the for loop 2 times and the if statement. Let's show how to write this code. Let's start to define const integer n, and here equal to 10 also, like the exercise number 1. 2 int t, the array have an element, and I, and the index and the value v. Now for I equal to 0, I less than n, and I plus plus, I plus plus, cout give an integer cn t I. Cout give an index from 0 to 9 cn index and cout give a value of v cn v. Okay, first I give the values of the arrays, 10 values. Second, I give a value the index from 0 to 9 and a value of v. Now I need to use the if statement with this condition. Index, if the index is greater than or equal to 0 and index is less for or equal to n minus 1. n minus 1 is the last number of the array of it's the last value that have the index n minus 1. The first element in the array have the index 0 and the last index in the array the last value in the array have an index n minus 1. If this condition for I equal to n minus 1 and the I is greater than index I minus minus ti is equal to ti minus 1 and t index is equal to v. Why I write this? Because I need to shift all elements starting from index I, and I put the value v in the array at index I. Now for I equal to 0 and the I less than n, I plus plus and cout now I need to print the new table. And the L means a new line. It means that I need a value in a line and return 0. This is our C++ program to shift all the elements starting from index I and put the value v in the array in index I and finally display the final table. Now exercise number 3. Write a C++ program that asks the user for the value of 5 elements to integer array and display the number of elements greater than 10 and give an array of integer. In this exercise, first of all, I need to define the I and the count, because here I need to count for 5 elements. Second, I need to define the array A. This array has 5 elements. Second, I need to give 5 elements of the array. And I need to use the for loop to enter this 5 elements. And I need to use also 5 for loop second time to count and to show what is the number of elements greater than or equal to 10 in this array. First of all, let's define the numbers int I and int count equal to 0. Need to define also an array A have 5 elements, and now need to use the for loop to give a values of this array for I equal to 0, I less than 5, I plus plus, cout, enter 5 elements of the array cn a I. Now for loop second time for I equal to 0, I less than 5, I plus plus. If A the array A greater than or equal to 10 and count plus plus, cout number of elements greater than or equal to 10 is count. And finally return 0. This is our C++ program to give a 5 elements of an array of 5 elements and show what how many numbers in this array greater than or equal to 10. First, what is a strings in C++? C++ strings are sequence of characters stored in char array. It's used to store words and text. It means char characters like A, B, C, D. It can be capital letter or small letter. They are also used to store data such as numbers and other types of information. Strings in C++ can be defined either using the std string. It's a class or the C-style character arrays. The C-style character string. In C programming language, a string is defined as an array of characters that ends with a null termination character. The termination is important because it tells the compiler where the string ends. In C++ also supports C-style strings. It means in C++ the strings of the array it ends with the termination character. Now how to declare and initialize a string. The following declaration and initialization create a string consisting of the word hello. Here, I need to print the word hello using a string. First, it's a char, it's a character. Greeting is the name of the string or of the array. 6 is the size. And I put hello, the letter H, E, L, L, O, and finally the termination, the slash 0. It's mean this array it's terminate here in O. To hold the null character at the end of the array, the size of the character array containing the string is one more than the number of characters in the word hello. If you follow the rule of array initialization, then you can write the above statement as follows. Using string, you write hello like this, char greeting equal hello. Following is the memory presentation of above the defined string in C and C++, char str 10. It means char is the data type, character, str is the name of the string, and 10 is the size of the string. This means that this a character array, it means a string using 10 characters. For example, char s6 equal hello. This is the memory. It contains the word hello and it contains 5 keys. The first is H, E, L, L, O, and finally terminate with the slash 0. And each character have an address in programming, like here H have an address 0x2, 3, 4, 5, and 1. The strings library. The C-string library or header C-string in C++ defines various string functions that can be used to perform various operations on strings. Full of string manipulation functions, we have first str cpy, it's copy. Copy strings 2 into string 1 is a standard library function in C and C++ and is used to copy one string to another string. The syntax is strcopy s1 s2. We will see all the C strings library in the examples and exercise in next videos. Now, the second library is strcat. It's a function takes 2 character arrays as the input. It concatenates the second array to the end of the first array. The syntax is strcat s1 and s2 and strlen. The strlen function returns the length of the given string, excluding the null character. The syntax is strlen s1, it's return the length of string 1. strcmp is a built-in library function of C++ which is prototyped and define the C string header file. This function takes string as arguments and compares them to check quality. The syntax is strcamp camp s1 and s2. It returns 0 if s1 and s2 are the same, less than 0 if s1 less than s2, greater than 0 if s1 is greater than s2. strlwr, the function is a built-in function in C and is used to convert a given string into lowercase. The syntax is strlwr, str, the name of the string, and converting this the strings into a lower. But the strupr is a function is used to convert a given string to uppercase. The syntax is strupr, the name of the strings, and it's converting the str string into an uppercase. Now the getLine. The C++ getLine is a standard library function that is used to read a string or a line from an input stream. Syntax: the getLine function can be represented in two ways. First way, iStream and getLine. iStream and is string and str. First way is stream and getLine, parentheses, stream and is stream and str and char dimline. The getLine is a standard library function that is used to read a string. Parameters is here is it is an object of iStream class and tells the function about the stream from where to read the input from. str, it is a string object. The input is stored in the subject after the being read from the stream. Dimlin, it is the delimitation character which tells the function to stop reading further into after reading this character. We will show all the C library strings in the example and exercise in next videos. Next one, write a C++ program to reverse the word hello to Ole. In this exercise, first I need to define the string. The string here is a char character and str, and it have the size is, I need to put the size has here as, for example, 40, and I need to reverse hello to Ole. I need to use the for loop. Here I need to use the for loop to reverse this to this word. Here I need also to use the math formula to reverse the H and the O, the L and the L. How? I put char equal str I. This I is the first letter is H. This stri I need to reverse with O. O is the last character in the word hello. I put str I equal str n minus I minus 1. This is a math formula to reverse the first letter and the last, the first letter and the last. And now to reverse the O with H, I used str n minus I minus 1 equal to str I. To show how to write this code, let's write the code. First of all, I start with include IOStream. Here I need to use the string. I need to use to write also include C string, because I need to use the strings in this code. Using namespace std, void reverse str. Void reverse str is a function used to reverse this word char str. Now I need to define n. N is the string int n equal str len str. For now the for loop to revert the word hello, int I equal to 0, I less than or equal less than n divided by 2, and I plus plus. Now char ch is equal to str I. Stri is the first, I is the first element in hello. Str I is equal to str n minus I minus 1, and also str n minus I minus 1 is equal to ch. Now int main. Now I need to print the first element and the first word hello and the second word ole on the screen. I need to use the int main char str cout, enter a string, reverse str, cn str, cout the string before reverse str and if reverse str str. Here I called the function, this function, to print it on the screen. And finally, cout string after reverse and str. And finally, return 0. This is our C++ program to write a code to reverse the word hello to Ole. Exercise 2, I need to write a C++ program to convert a string to lowercase letter. First, I need to define a string, char, string str for example, and it have an size. I don't need to give a size. For example, I need to put here a word. And the second step, I need to use the str upr, the library str upr, to convert this string to a lowercase letter. Let's show the code. First of all, our code starts with include iostream, includes the string using namespace std, int main, char str1, is equal to, for example, I need to put coding real, cout original string value is str1. Now str upr str1 cout string uppercase value is str1. And finally, return 0. This is our C++ program to convert a string to lowercase letter. Now, if here I have, for example, this string is coding real in a capital letter, I need to convert it for a small letter. Here I delete str upr and I put str lwr is used to put the string on a small letter. Let's talk about memory in C++ programming language. Or your data, like videos, your data in the computer is stored in the random access memory. The RAM, it's a memory in your computer. The RAM is the memory where the computer stores the instructions for the programs that are executing at every moment and the data those programs are using. Memory is divided in bytes, which are the minimum memory size that we can usually use in C++ application. Each data type, like character, integer, float, has a different size in bytes. The size can be different for different platforms, but the most usual is something like, now we need to show each data type what is her size in memory. For example, the size of character is 1 byte, short is 2 bytes, the integer 4 bytes, float also 4 bytes, and the double 8 bytes. Look here at this example. In the first table, this is a memory. The memory has an address. This is the address of the memory. In this memory, I need to put an integer I. It's an integer. Here, the size of an integer is 4 bytes. The computer gets 4 place for this integer in this memory. But here, I give this integer a value 0. The computer get 4 place in this memory for this integer, and he put 0 in the case. We can create a variable like integer I. We are telling our program to reserve 4 bytes of memory. Each case is 1 byte. Now, what is a pointer? A pointer contains the memory address of a variable that in turn contains a specific value. In this sense, a variable name directly refers a value, and a pointer indirectly refers a value, references a value. Referencing a value through a pointer is called indirection. Look at this example. For example, I have a variable count. Count directly refers a variable that contains the value 7. But here I need to use pointer. I named count pointer. He get the value 7 pointer. Count ptr indirectly refers a variable that contains the value 7. The value of the variable count is 7. Now, how to declare a pointer? The declaration is like this: type star pointer name, or int star count ptr count the name of the pointer. Declares the variable counter ptr to be of type int star. It's mean a pointer to an integer value, and is read right to left. Count ptr is a pointer to integer. The star in the declaration applies only to count ptr. Each variable being declared as a pointer must be presetted by a asterisk or the star. When the asterisk appears in a declaration, it is not an operator. It indicates that the variable being declared in a pointer. Okay, the star or the asterisk, it's mean the variable is declared in a pointer, Initialization of a pointer. Pointers can be initialized to point to specific locations at very moment. They are defined by int myvar or int asterisk my pointer equal and my var. Look at this example. First, I declare a variable number. It's an integer number. For example, integer asterisk coding equal and number is the same as int number int asterisk coding, coding equal and number. We can put this line here, and we can put here like this, the first example. It's the same encoding, but this is more readable. Now the address and operator that is called ampersand. And is the address here, and the character and is mean the address of the pointer. The address operator is a unary operator that obtains the memory address of its operand. For example, here first I defined y, it's an integer y, declare a variable y, int asterisk y ptr. It's declared the pointer variable yptr. It's the statement yptr equal the address of y. It's assigned the address of y to the pointer yptr. That's how I use the AND operator. It's the address. Second, the star or the asterisk. The dereference operator is also known as a non-direction operator, which is represented by a star. When indirection operator is used with the pointer variable, then it is known as dereferencing a pointer. When we dereference a pointer, then the value of the variable pointer by this pointer will be returned. Look at this note, ptr. When I put the ptr, it means I get the address of the pointer, and ptr here. I get the address of the pointer, and when I put the asterisk ptr, I get the value of the address. For example, the ptr is equal to 7. Asterisk ptr is 7. It's equal to 7. It means I need the value of the pointer. Now, pointers and arrays. Pointers are variables that hold addresses of other variables. Not only can a pointer store the address of a single variable, it can also store the address of cells of an array. Look at this example. int asterisk ptr, int array 7 has an index 7. It's contain 5. It's contain 5 elements. Store the address of the first element. The first element in this array have an index 0. It means array 0 is the first element of this array. We can put ptr equal array. It's the first element. We can put here array or array index 0. Here ptr is a pointer variable while array is an integer array. The code ptr equal array stores the address of the first element of the array in variable ptr. We have used array instead of and array index 0 and 0. This is because the both are the same. We can put the address of array 0. Look, for example, at this photo. We have an array contain 5 elements. It starts with array index 0 and finish and end with array index 4. The first element of the array is equal to ptr, the pointer is the same as the address of array 0. We can put ptr equal array. The first element is ptr, or address of array 0. The second element, array 1, it's ptr plus 1. It's the address of the array 1. The third element, element number 3, is array 2, is ptr plus 2, and it's the address of the array 2, and this 2. 4, ptr plus 3 is for the array that have the index 3, and it's the address of the array 3. And the last element is the array index 4. It's the ptr plus 4. It's the address of the array that have the address 4, the index 4. The address between ptr and ptr plus 1 differs by 4 bytes. It is because ptr is a pointer to an integer data, and the size of integer is 4 bytes in a 64-bit operating system. Similarly, if pointer ptr is pointing to character type data, then the address between ptr and ptr plus 1 is 1 byte. It is because the size of a character is 1 byte. Now the character array. How to declare a character array? We use this syntax: data type, array name, and the size of the array. Each element in the array stores one character. Like this, we have an array char C. It contains 5 elements. C address 0 is equal to H. C1 is equal to E. C2 equal to L. C3 L, and C4 O. And it print hello, then the word hello, like this table. Like other type, one-dimensional arrays, the character array can be initialized in the same way. Char C5 equal to HELLO, and it print the word hello. Pointer can also be used to create strings. Pointer variables of character type are treated as string. Pointers are very useful in accessing character arrays. The character strings can be assigned with a character pointer. Char asterisk str equal hello. In this case, static storage is reserved for containing hello, and a pointer to the first character of this memory block that correspond to H is assigned to str. Like here, this table have a table. Each case has an element. The first str is H. It contains the address 1702. Pointer arithmetic. Following arithmetic operators are possible of the pointer in C language: increment, decrement, addition, subtraction, and comparison. This is the arithmetic operator used in pointer. Increment pointer in C simply means to increase the pointer value step by step to point to the next location. Decrement pointer, decrementing a pointer value using ptr minus, will decrease its value by 1, resulting in the previous address of memory location. It will decrease the value of pointer by the number of bytes of that data type it is pointing to. When a pointer is added with a value. The value is the first multiplied by the size of data type and then added to the pointer. Subtraction: when a pointer is subtracted with a value, the value is first multiplied by the size of the data type and then subtract from the pointer. We will see this in the exercise next videos. And finally, comparison. We can compare two pointers by using the comparison operators in C. We can implement this by using all operators in C, like greater than or equal, less than or equal to, and not equal to. It returns true for the valid condition and returns false for the unsatisfied condition. Step 1, we need to initialize the integer values and point this integer value to the pointer. Step 2, check the condition by using comparison or relational operators on pointer variables. And step 3 is display the output. We will see also this later in next video. Write a C++ program to add two numbers using pointers. In this exercise, first I need to define two numbers, number 1 and number 2. Second step, I need to define two pointers, ptr1 and ptr2 also. Second, I need to tell the user to add to give me a value for this two numbers, and I need to define the sum because here I need to add the two numbers. And the final step, I calculate the sum and I print the result on the screen. Now let's see how to write the code. First, we will start with hashtag include iostream using namespace std int main. Now let's declare the two numbers, int number 1 and number 2. int asterisk ptr1 asterisk ptr2 and the sum. Now let's tell the user to give me the value of the two numbers. Cout enter the first number, cn number 1, and enter the second number, cn number 2. Now let's assign the address to the pointer, ptr1 equal and number 1, the address of number 1, and ptr2 equal the address of number 2. Here signing an address to pointer. Now let's calculate the sum. Sum equal asterisk ptr1 plus the asterisk ptr2. here the values at address stored by pointer. And finally, let's print the value on the screen. The sum is sum, and finally return 0. This is our C++ course to add two numbers using pointers. To write a C++ program to find the maximum number between three numbers using pointers. First, in this exercise, I need to define three numbers, x, y, and z. Second, I need to define the three pointers, p1 and p2, p3. Next step, I need to tell the user to give me the value of these three numbers. And I need to use the if statement to show or to find the maximum number between these three numbers. Let's see how to write the code, and let's start with hashtag include iostream using namespace stt int main. First step, let's define the three number. int asterisk pointer 1, pointer 2, and pointer 3. Cout. Enter the first number, cn number 1. Cout. Enter the second number, cn number 2, and cout. Enter the third number, cn number 3. Now let's assign the address of the input number to the pointers. P1 is equal to the address of number 1, P2 for the number 2, P3 for number 3. Here, assigning the address of input numbers to pointer. Now let's use the if statement to find the maximum numbers. If pointer 1 is greater than 2p3 to p2, open the braces, and if the asterisk p1 greater than to the asterisk p3, Also, I need to open the braces and see out the largest number is P1, else see out the largest number is P3, and else if asterisk P2 greater than to asterisk P3, see out the largest number is asterisk P2, and else see out the largest number is asterisk P3. This is our C++ program using pointer to find the maximum between three numbers using the if and if-else statement. Exercise 3. Write a C++ program to display address of each element of an array using pointers. In this exercise, I need to define an array, a pointer, and I need to use the for loop to display the address of each element in this array. First, we start with hashtag include iostream using namespace std int main. Now float array 3 contain 3 elements, and float asterisk ptr, the pointer. Here I declared the pointer variable. Now let's display the address of the array. Cout displaying the address using array Now let's use the for loop to print the address of all array elements. For int I equal to 0, I less than 3, the array size, and I plus plus. Cout the address of array I here in this 3 line, what I do here, I printed the address of all array elements. Now let's display the address of each element. First, ptr is equal to 1 to the first element of the array. We can write like this, or we can put this, ptr equal to the address of the first element. The first element is have the index 0. We can write like this or like this, it's the same. Cout displaying address using pointer and for int I equal to 0, I less than 3 and I plus plus, cout ptr plus I is equal ptr plus I. And finally return 0. This is our C++ program to display the address of each element of an array using pointers. What is a function? A function is a set of statements that takes input, does some specific computation, and produce output. The idea is to put some commonly or repeatedly done tasks together to make a function, so that instead of writing the same code again and again for different inputs, we can call this function. In a simple term, a function is a block of code that runs only when it is called. Look at the syntax. This is how the function is in C++. The function contains the return type. For example, it will be integer, float, character, double, etc. The function name, here the function name is gfg, and we have two parameter type. Like here we have int full marks, int is an integer, it's a parameter type, and a parameter name, and we have a second parameter type and parameter name. And finally, the function is ended by a semicolon. Now, how to declare a function? A function declaration tells the compiler about a function name and how to call the function. The actual body of the function can be defined separately. Look at the syntax of the function declaration. First, we put the return type, for example, integer, float, double, etc. The function name and the parameter list, and we put a block of code in a braces after the declaration. This is how to declare a function. The return type can be of any data type such as integer, double, character, void, short. The function name, it can be anything. However, it is advised to have a manifold name for the functions, so that it would be easy to understand the purpose of function just by seeing its name. Parameter or argument list. Argument list contains variables names along with their data types. These arguments are kind of inputs for the function. Block of code, set of C statements which will be executed, however, whenever a call will be made to the function. Now let's see an example to understand how to declare a function. In this example, I need to declare a function that have a name myFunction, and we have two parameters, x and y. X and y is two integers, and I need to find the sum of these two parameters. Here the return is the return of the sum of two parameters x and y. The return is x plus y. Here is the main function. My function, or the x and y, have a value. X have the value 5 and y have the value 3. The return here is the return of x plus y. The return of 5 plus 3 is 8. This is an example how to declare a function of C++ using the C++ function. So function, in C++ language we have two types of function. First type is the user-defined function and the library function. Now let's see the difference between the user-defined function and the library function. First, user-defined function. User-defined function are user or customer defined blocks of code specially customized to reduce the complexity of big programs. They are also commonly known as tailor-made functions, which are built only to satisfy the condition in which the user is facing issues, meanwhile reducing the complexity of the whole program. But the library function, the standard library function, are built-in functions in C programming. These functions are defined in header file. For example, the printf is a standard library function to send formatted output to the screen, display output on the screen. It's like the cout in C++. This function is defined in the stdio.h header file. The sqrt is a function that calculates the square root of a number. The function is defined in the math.h header file. The int main, the main is also a function in C++. Parameter passing to functions. The parameters passed to the function are called actual parameters. For example, in the program below, 4, 5, and 10 are actual parameters. The parameters reserved by the function are called formal parameters. For example, in the above program, x and y are formal parameters. In this example, I need to I have two parameters x and y, and I need to multiply x by y by y. There are two most popular ways to pass parameters. The first way is passed by value. In this parameter passing method, values of actual parameters are copied to the function's formal parameters. The actual and formal parameters are stored in different memory locations, so any changes made in the functions are not reflected in the actual parameters of the caller. Pass by reference, both actual and formal parameters refer to the same locations, so any changes made inside the function are reflected in the actual parameters. Now the functions using pointers. The function fun expects a pointer ptr to an integer or an address of an integer. It modifies the value at the address ptr. The difference operator, the asterisk, is used to access the value at the address. The asterisk gives the value of the address. In the statement asterisk ptr equals 30, the value at the address ptr changed to 30. The address operator, the AND operator, is used to get the address of a variable of any data type. In the function call statement, fun and x. The address of x is passed so that x can be modified using its address. Now, what is the difference between call by value and call by reference in C++? Call by value, copy of the value is passed to the function, but the call by reference, an address of value is passed to the function. In call by value, changes made inside the function are not reflected on the other function, but the call by reference, changes made inside the function are reflected outside the function as well. In call by value, actual and normal arguments will be created at different memory location, but in call by reference, actual and formal arguments will be created at same memory location. This is the difference between the call by value and call by reference in C++ language. Passing arrays to functions. The syntax of passing an array to a function is: first we have the return type function, the return type, integer, character, float, etc. The function name, and in the parentheses I put also the data type of the array. It can be integer, character, float, etc. also. And I give the array name and the array size, and in the braces I put the block of code. Look at this example. Here I have the return type of the function is an integer. The function name is total. The data type of the array is integer also. The array name is marks, and the array size is 5. Here we have passed an integer type array name marked to the function total. The size of the array is 5. And we put a block of code in the braces. Now, passing arguments to function, we have 3 ways: passed by value, passed by reference with difference arguments, and passed by reference with pointer argument. Let's see now the difference between the function passed by value and the function passed by reference. In the function passed by value, I start with the data type of the function, here void, function name, and int variable 1. And I open the braces and I put the block of code. But in passed by reference, we have the void name, the data type or the function name, and here we have two parameters. First parameter is int. Here the data type is an integer, the asterisk or the value of the variable 1 and the value of the variable 2, and I put a block of code in the braces. This is the difference between the function passed by value and the function passed by reference. We will see this in the next. Write a function returning the maximum between two numbers. Here in the first I need to define a function, the function max, that have two elements, number 1 and number 2. Second step, I need to use the if-else statement, to find the maximum between number 1 and number 2, and I need also use the return to return to the max number between number 1 and number 2. And finally I need to use the int main, integer main, and I need to define two numbers a and b, and I need to also, for example, define an r. For example, I need to define a and b, and I need to define r. Here r is equal to the max. I don't know if r is a or r is b. And finally, I need to print the maximum number on the screen. In function problems in C++ is not like other problems. The int main is in the end of the problem, not the problem starts with integer main. It is in the end of the problem. Now we need to show how. First, include IOStream using namespace std. And now I need to define the function int max integer number 1 and integer number 2. Now I need to open the braces and I need to define the result. Now let's find the maximum. If number 1 is greater than number 2, result equal number 1. Else it means if number 2 is greater than number 1, the result is equal to number 2. Here number 2 is the maximum number. And return result. Now this is the first part of our program. Let's write the second part. And int main. Let's define two numbers, a and b. Int a is equal to 100 and integer b also. Int r is the result. R is equal to max between a and b. And cout max value is R. This is our C++ program to using function to find the maximum between two numbers. First, I define the function that have the name max. It contains two parameters, number 1 and number 2. I define the result, and I use the if statement, and I find the maximum. In next part, I use the integer main, and I define two numbers a and b, and find the result and find the maximum between a and b, and finally I printed the result on the screen. Now exercise number 2, write a function in C++ to calculate the volume of circle. This is the volume formula. In this example, first I need to define the function. Here the function name is volume, and it have one parameter. Second step, I need to use the main function to calculate the volume of the circle. And finally, I need to print the value on the screen. Let's show how to write the code. Include IOStream. Another include. Here I need to calculate the volume. It's a math problem. I need to define the function math.h using namespace std double volume double volume an integer, for example, now int main and I open the braces, and now let's calculate the volume. First int r and int double the r here is this. Okay, now I need to tell the user to give me the radius r, the radius. Enter the radius cm r. Res is the result. The result here is equal to volume. And cout volume is equal to result. Now double volume int r const double. Here p is equal to 3.14. Double v is equal to 4.0 divided by 3 time p time the function pow r and 3. This is the math formula to calculate the volume of the circle. It's 4 times 3 divided by 3 times p times 3 power of 3 r power 3. This is the function power that I used to write r power 3. Now return v. And this is our C++ program using function to calculate the volume of a circle. Here I used the function double volume to calculate the volume, and I used the function power and the function main. And because it is a math problem, I write here include math.h. 3. Write a function in C++ to display marks of 5 students. Here, first I need to define the function display, and I need to define an array, for example A, that have 5 elements. I need to use the for loop to display the marks And finally, I display the marks on the screen. Let's see how to write the code. First, include IOStream using namespace std. Now void display and let's declare an array A that have 5 elements. Now cout display marks for integer I equal to 0, I less than 5, or I plus plus. Cout student I plus 1 and A here I displayed the marks. Now let's go to the main function int main int marks here A, the mark is A, is equal to and finally display marks. This is our C++ program to display the marks of 5 students using function. Exercise 4. Write a program to calculate the sum of array elements by passing to a function. First, I need to declare a function name named calculate sum. I need to define an array and I need to give a value of this array, and I need to define the result R. The result R is equal to the function calculate sum. And finally, I need to use the for loop to calculate the sum and print the value on the screen. Let's show how to write the code. Include IOStream using namespace std. Now float the function calculate sum float number in the first line I define the function and the array. Now First, I start with include IOStream using namespace std. Now let's define the function calculate sum and the array now int main result is equal to the function calculate sum cout result is equal to result. Float calculate sum float number. Now I need to define the sum. Float sum is equal to 0, and I need to use the for loop to calculate the sum. Integer I equal to 0, I is less than 5 because and the array the function have 5 elements. Here I need to define the function and I need to give I need to define the array and I need to give the array 5 elements. Here float result. First I need to define the result. This result. I need to define the result and the function that have 5 elements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let's continue. For int I equal to 0, I is less than 5 because the array have 5 elements, and I plus plus. Now the sum equal to number I, and return sum. And this is our C++ program to calculate the sum of an array element by passing to a function. Object-oriented programming. Object-oriented programming is an approach or a programming pattern where the programs are structured around objects rather than functions and logic. It makes the data partitioned into two memory areas, its mean data and functions, and helps make the code flexible and modular. Object-oriented programming mainly focused on objects that are required to be manipulated. In object-oriented programming, it can represent data as objects that have attributes and functions. Object-oriented programming model that organize software design around data or objects. It represents all data of the object. Like this example, we have a car. The car have the methods and attributes. The method, we have 3 functions. First, get fuel. 4 functions, get fuel, set speed, get speed, and drive. Attributes have the fuel and max speed. Now, what is a class? Class can be defined as a blueprint of the object. It is basically a collection of objects which acts as building block. This is a logical method to organize data and functions in the same structure. Like here we have a car class. class that name car class, and this class we have three objects, car object. The first car is green. It represents the data of the car. It's green, Ford, Mustang, and gasoline. The second car is red. It's Toyota car, Prius, and it's an electric car. Third car is a blue car. It's a Volkswagen. It's a Golf, and it's a diesel car. This is an example about the class and object-oriented programming. We have a class car and we have three car objects. Now, how to create a class. To create a class, we need to use the class keyword. Like here, I use the class. This is the keyword of declaration of a class. A class contains data members, like a variable, and member functions. These member functions are used to manipulate the data members inside the class. This is the declaration of a class. It starts with keyword and the class name. I open the braces, I put the body of code. And in the end of the program, I put a semicolon here. Look at this example. I need to calculate the area of a rectangle. The class here has the class name is rectangle. The permission label is private here and public. In a private, I need to declare the width and the length. And in public, I need to use the set function. I need to define W and L, width and length, and I need to calculate the area. The private part is the data member variables, and here the block in the public part is the member functions. Permission labels. Public members can accessible from outside the class. Private member cannot be accessed or viewed from outside the class. Protected members cannot be accessed from outside the class. However, they can be accessed in inherited class. We need to show the inheritance in object-oriented programming in next video. Note, if we declare members of a class before including any permission label, the members are considered private, since it is default permission that the member of a class declared with the class keyword acquire. Look at this example. We have here public integer x and private integer y. The public is access specifier, and then private access specifier also, but in public the member are accessible, in private the member it's not accessible. An object is an instance of a class. When a class is defined, no memory is allocated, but when the object is created, the memory is allocated. Data can be accessed by its functions. Look at this example. In this example, I need the name and the ID of the persons. First, I need to define the class person, and I need to define the array name. It's a character, and the ID. It's an integer, and public void function void get details. In the main function, I need to put the person P1. Here, person P1 is an object. Accessing a class, accessing public data member. Following is an example to show you how to initialize and use the public data members using the dot operator and the respective object of class. Look at this example. Here I defined student A, student B. To initialize the data member, I need to use dot. Look here, setting value of a object, a dot roll number equal 1, a dot name equal Adam. And here for the value b dot roll number equal 2, b dot name equal Bella. This how to access the public data member using the dot operator. Now accessing private data member. To access the private data member, we need to use and initialize the private data member. You need to create getter and setter functions to get and set the value of the data member. The setter function will set the value passed as argument to the private data member, and the getter function will return the value of the private data member to be used. Both getter and setter function must be defined in public. Look here, getter and setter, public get roll number is the getter, and we need to return to the roll number, and void set roll number equal I. This is how to use the get and set in object-oriented programming is used to access the private data member. And finally, to access, I use a.setRole, a.getRole. Now, accessing protected data member. Protected data members can be accessed directly using the dot also inside the subclass of the current class. For non-subclass, we will have to follow the steps same as to access private data member. Like this example, class rectangle, private, integer what, integer let, and void set, integer w, integer l, and integer area. And the main function, rectangle 1, rectangle 2, rectangle 1 dot set y and let, and the rectangle 2 dot set 8 and 10. This is how to access the protect data member using dot also. And we give the value of the w and l to calculate the area of the rectangle. Scope operator. Why we use the scope operator in object-oriented programming? We use the scope operator because to access a global variable when there is a local variable with the same name. Like here in this example, we have a global variable x named x. X have two variables. And to make the difference between the first x and the second x, we use the scope operator. 2. We use the scope operator to define a function outside a class, like here class A, and I need to define a function outside the class A, like here void a scope operator function. 3. We use the scope operator to refer to a class inside another class. If a class exists inside other class, we can use the nesting class to refer the nested class using the scope resolution operator. Like here, we have class outside, and I need to define the outside scope operator inside scope operator y equal 5. I refer to this class inside another class. Now the constructors. Constructor is a special member function which enables an object to initialize itself when it is created. Constructors have the same name as the class and may be defined inside or outside the class definition. Important characteristics of constructor are: it should be defined in public section only. it has the same name as the name of the class. It is invoked automatically when an object of its associated class is created. And finally, constructor does not return any value. Now the declaration. To declare the function constructor function, we need to use this syntax. First of all, we need to put the class name, public, also the class name. This is the constructor, have the same name of the class, and the parameter list and the body. Look at this example. Class my class, public, the constructor has the name my class, cout hello world. Integer main my class my object. Here I need to call the constructor that has the name my class to print hello world on the screen. Constructor, the default constructor is the constructor which doesn't take any argument. It has no parameter. It is also called zero argument constructor. If we do not define any constructor explicitly, the compiler will automatically provide a default constructor implicitly. Like here, this example, class constructor, public, I defined a and b, two variable, and constructor, the default constructor, a take the value 10 and b take the value 20. And integer made default constructor called automatically here, constructor C, to call this constructor, and cout A and B. Now the parameterized constructor, it is possible to pass arguments to constructors. Typically, these arguments help initialize an object when it is created. To create a parameterized constructor, simply add parameters to it the way you would to any other function. When you define a constructor's body, use the parameters to initialize the object. Now the destructors. Destructor is a special function just opposite to constructor. Unlike constructors that are used for initializing an object, destructors destroy or delete the object. Now let's see the important characteristics of the destructor in object-oriented programming. First of all, a destructor function also has the same name as the same class as the class, but preceded by a tilde. When an object is out of scope, the destructor function it is called automatically. The destructor has no argument and is not return any value. And finally, there cannot be more than one destructor in a class. Now the syntax of destructor, how to initialize a constructor. Let's see, first of all, the class name, public, class name and parameter list and the body. Here this is the constructor function, and type class name, parameter list, function body also. This is the destructor function. This is how to declare or the syntax of the destructors. The destructor and the constructor have the same name of the class. Let's see this example. Class hello world, public. Here first we have the constructor hello world. Constructor is called, and the destructor also tilde hello world. And finally I need to use the main function to call the constructor and the destructor to display the hello world on the screen. This is all about constructors and destructors in object-oriented programming in C++ programming language. Number 1. Write a C++ program to implement a class called circle that has private member variables for radius. Include member function to calculate the area and circumference. In this exercise, first I need to define define the p value. Second step, I need to create the class circle, and I need to define the radius, calculate the area. Next step, I need also to create a public class to calculate the area of the circle. Next step, I need to use the main function to call the functions in the class and to print the area on the screen. Now let's see how to start and how to write the code. First, I need to write hashtag include iostream and hashtag include cmath because I need to calculate the area. It's a mathematical formula. I need to use the mathematical formula. I write the mathematical function using name space std. Now let's create a class circle and open the braces. Private, we have double radius. This is a private member to store the radius, and public circle double radius, and you have radius red. Now double calculate area. This is a function to calculate the area, and return p time power radius and 2. This is the formula to calculate the area of a circle, but here in the first of my code I need to define the value of the p, const double p equal to 3.14. This is the value of p. Now let's continue our code, and the class is finished here. I put a semicolon here, and now let's go to the main function, int main, open the braces, and now let's create a circle object, double radius, cout enter the radius of the circle Cn radius. Now circle radius. Now let's calculate and display the area of the circle. Double area equal to circle dot calculate area here. I called this function calculate area, and now see out the area is, and double circumference. Now I need to calculate and display the circumference equal to circle dot calculate circumference, and see out the circumference and finally return 0. This is our C++ program using object-oriented programming to calculate the area and the circumference of a circle using a class circle. Exercise 2. Write a program to create a class called rectangle that has private member variables for length and width. Implement member function to calculate the rectangle's area and parameters. First of all, I need to create a class. In this class, we have a private member to store the length and the width, and a public. I need to use in public a functions. First function is the function rectangle to declare the width and length, and to create and calculate area function that name calculate area to calculate the area, and another function calculate parameter to calculate the parameter. And finally the int main, this main function. I need to call the functions that I used in a public class, and I need to print the value on the screen. Now let's see how to start our code, and first include IOStream using namespace std, and I need to create a class rectangle private. We have double length and double width. Now public. In public I need to use rectangle double length and double width. And width. Here I defined and I declared the length and width. Now I need to create a function to calculate the area of the circle. Double calculate area return length time width. This is a formula to calculate the area. Now another function to calculate the parameter. Double calculate parameter and return 2 time length time plus width. This is a formula to calculate the parameter, and the class rectangle is finished here. Now let's go to the main function and int main. Now double length and width. Cout, enter the length, cn, cout, enter the width, cn, width. Rectangle length and width. Now let's calculate and display the area of the rectangle. Double area equal to rectangle dot calculate area. Here I called this function calculate area, and cout the area is area. Now let's calculate and display the parameter also, and double parameter equal to rectangle time calculate parameter. And cout the parameter is parameter. And here also I call this function calculate parameter. And finally return 0 to indicate a successful completion. And this is our C++ program using object-oriented programming and rectangle class to calculate the rectangle area and parameter. First, I define the class. I have private and public. In the private, I define the length and width, and in public, I used the function, two function, calculate area and calculate parameter, to calculate the area and the parameter. And in main function, I define the length and width. I tell the user to enter a value, and I call the function to calculate the area and parameter. 3. Write a program to create a class called person that has private member variables for name, age, and country. Implement member function to set and get the values of these variables. First of all, I need to define the class person. In a private, I need to put the string, the name, age, and country. I need to use the string in this exercise. And in public, I need to put the functions for the name, the age, and the country. I need to use the getter and setter function. And finally, the main function, I need to create a person object. I need to set the person's details using setter function. Next, I need to get and display the person details using getter function. And this is our program. Now let's see how to write the code. First of all, hashtag include iostream and hashtag include string, because here I need to use the string. Now let's and using namespace std, namespace std. Now let's create our class and class person. Private string name and integer age, the age is an integer, and string country. This is the private member to store the name, the country, and the age of the person. Now, in public, first of all, void set name const string n and name equal to n. This is a setter function to set private member variables. Here I put the name. Now I need to set the age, also void set age, integer a, and age equal a. Void set country const string c. Country equal to c. Here I assigned the provide country to the country member variable. Okay, this is a setter function for the country, and this is a setter function for the age. Now let's go to getter. I used the setter, now the getter, and integer or string get name here, getter function for retrieving the name, and return name. Now get age. Also, this is a getter function to retrieving the name, the age, and return age, and finally get country, string get country, and this is also a function, a getter function to retrieving the country. Return country. And this is our class person. In private, I define the name, age, and country. In public, I use the getter and setter to set name and to get the name and the age and the country. Now let's go to the main function, integer main function. Now let's create a person object, person. Here I create a person object. Now let's set the person's detail using setter function. Set person details using setter function. Person dot set set name, for example coding real, Here I set the person's name and person dot set age, for example 21. Now person dot set country, for example Lebanon. Now let's go to get and display the person's detail. Now get and display the person details using getter function. Cout name person dot get name. Here I print the name on the screen. Now let's print the age on the screen. Cout age person dot get age. And cout country and person dot get country. And finally return 0. And this is our C++ program using object-oriented programming to create a class person, to put the private member variables like name, age, and country. First of all, I define the class, create the class. In private, I put the name, age, and country. In public, I use the function, setter and getter functions, to display the name and the age and the country on the screen. And finally, in integer main, I create a person object, and I use the set and get to display to put the person detail and display the person details using getter function. Now the inheritance access. The various ways we can derive classes are known as access modes. These access modes have the following effects. First, public. Public, if a derived class is declared in public mode, then the members of the base class are inherited by the derived class just as they are. In private, all the members of the base class become private members in the derived class. Protected, the public members of the base class become protected members in the derived class. Now we need to see an example about public, private, and protected. Here we have a C++ implementation to show that a derived class doesn't inherit access to private data members. It does inherit a full parent object. First we have class A, public integer x, protected integer y, and private integer z. Class B is inherit of public A, x is public, y is protected, and z is not accessible from B because it's private. In class C is protected A, x is protected, and y is protected by z, is not accessible from C because it is private. In class D, uh, it's a private class. X is private, Y is private, but Z is not accessible from D because it is private. When the integer is private, it's not able to accessible from all this class here. Now the below table summarized above three modes and shows the access specifier of the members of the base class and the subclass when derivative is public, protected, and private mode. First, we have the base class member access specifier public. If is the inheritance is public and public it's public, protected and public it's protected, private and public it's private. When the base class is protected and public is protected, protected and protected is protected, protected with private is private, and when the base class is member, the base class is private with public it's not accessible, it's hidden. Private with protected, it's not accessible also, and private with private, it's not accessible. This is the table of the access specifier of the member of the base class. Now let's see the composition. In object-oriented programming language, object composition is used for objects that has a relationship with each other. Like here, we have a relationship between class B and class A. Here I use the composition. The composition is like this, like a flash. The syntax: class A, body of class A, class B, A, object A, public, B, argument list, and object A, argument list 1. In classes given above, B use object of class A as its data members. B is a complex class that use a simple class A. That's all about the composition and the inheritance in object-oriented programming in C++ programming language. Is inheritance the capability of a class to derive properties and characteristics from another class is called inheritance. Inheritance is one of the most important features of object-oriented programming. Inheritance is one of the key features of object-oriented programming in C++. It allows us to create a new class or the derivative class from an existing class or the base class, like here in this picture, derivative class from the base class. Now let's see the syntax of the inheritance. First, we have a class, a derivative class name, and the access specifier and the base class name, and the body under the braces. The class is the keyword to create a new class. Here, for example, class car. Derivative class, a class name is the name of the new class, which will inherit the base class, and the access specifier, either or private, public, or protected. If neither is specified, private is taken as default, and the base class name is the name of the base class. Let's see an example. Like here, include iostream, include string, using namespace std. First, the base class is class vehicle, public, it's a public class, string brand. I have a brand for a car, for example, void home, and second, we have the derivative class, the class car. It's from the base class, base vehicle. This is the inheritance. String model, Mercedes, and finally the main function. Car, my car don't work, and we have to output the content on the screen. The car is Mercedes, and finally return 0. Exercise 1. Write a C++ program to implement a class called shape with virtual member functions for calculation area and parameter. Derive classes such as a circle, a rectangle, and triangle from the shape class and override virtual functions accordingly. First of all, I need to define a base class named shape. In this base class, I need to define two functions, calculate area and calculate parameter. Next step, I need to define a derivative class named circle inheriting from shape. In this class, I need to define the radius, and I need to calculate the area of the circle and the parameter of the circle. Second step, I need to define another derivative class named rectangle inheriting from shape class. I need to define the length and width, and I need to calculate the area and the parameter. Next, I need to define another class named triangle. Is a derivative class inheriting from shape. In this class, I need to define the side 1, side 2, and side 3, and I need to calculate the area and the parameter also. And finally, I need to go to the main function. In the main function, I need to define the circle, rectangle, and the triangle, and I need to print all the results on the screen. It's mean calculate and display the area and parameter on the screen, and finally return 0. Now let's see how to write the code, and let's start with hashtag include iostream and hashtag include cmath, because here I have mathematical functions. Now I need to define the p. P is equal to 3.14. Now let's define a base class named shape. Class shape is a base class. Now public virtual double calculate area equal to 0. It's a virtual member function to calculate the area, and now I need to write the virtual member function to calculate the parameter. Const equal to 0. The class shape or the base class is ended here. Now I need to define a derivative class named circle. Class circle. It's a public shape. It's a derivative class Now, in private, I need to define the radius here, double radius. It's a private member variable to store the radius of the circle. And now in public, I need to constructor the circle class, a circle double radius red. And now double calculate area const overwrite. It's return the area of the circle is P time radius power 2. This is how to calculate the area of the circle. Okay, this is the area of the circle. Now I need to calculate the parameter double calculate parameter and const override. Return it's 2 time P time radius. Here we have calculate parameter. This is the first derivative class about the circle. Now, a new derivative class about the rectangle. Class rectangle public shape. This is a derivative class inheriting from shape. Now private double length and double width. This is in private. Now in public, we have two constructor from a rectangle class and rectangle double length and double width. Now let's calculate the area and double calculate area const override return and time width. Here I calculate the area. Now let's calculate the parameter and double parameter const override and return to time length plus width. Calculate parameter. Now the same steps for the new derived class triangle. Class triangle is public shape. Here also is a derived class inheriting from shape. Class triangle and private double side 1 double side 2 and double side 3. In public triangle double S1 double S2 and double S3. Side 1 S1 side 2 S2 and side 3 S3. Now let's calculate the area and the parameter, and first double calculate area const override double S equal side 1 plus side 2 plus side 3 divided by 2. Here I calculate the area. That's the semi-perimeter. Now the area is return S time S minus side 1 time S minus side 2 time S minus side 3. This is the calculate the area. And now double calculate parameter const and override. Return side 1 plus side 2 plus side 3. This is the parameter. Now let's go to the main function and integer main. Now let's create an instance of different shape, circle, rectangle, and a triangle. And let's start with circle. Circle, for example, 7.0. Here I create a circle object with a radius 7. It's a 7.0. Rectangle, 4.2 and 8.0. It's a rectangle with a length 4.2 and width 8. And finally, triangle, 4.0, 4.0 also, and 3.2. This is a triangle with a side 1 is 4, side 2 4, and side 3 is 3.2. Now let's calculate and display the area and the parameter of each shape. Cout circle, cout area circle dot calculate area cout parameter and circle dot calculate parameter. And the same as for the rectangle, cout rectangle here the cout area rectangle dot calculate area. and parameter cout parameter, it's rectangle dot calculate parameter. Now for the triangle, cout triangle and cout area triangle dot calculate area and cout parameter triangle dot calculate parameter. And finally return 0. This is our C++ program in object-oriented programming. In this program I defined three shapes, and these three shapes I calculate the area and parameter of these three shapes. For today, don't forget to like my video, subscribe to my channel, and follow me on Instagram. And to get the PDF course, join my Telegram channel. That's all for today. Thank you for watching and see you later.